A very good afternoon or evening wherever you are in the world. It is Saturday the 30th of July 2022. It's 21 minutes past 7. We're going to be doing some Final Fantasy 14 today, working our way through the 84 quests. Now I'm a bit late today. The reason I am a bit late is because I was watching something and I was like, well, I'll be bored of this in 5 minutes. Then I was, well, I'll be bored of this in 10 minutes. Then it turned into an immense train wreck and I could not look away. So, yeah. First of all, hi, we are on the moon. Enjoy. And we have just now beaten Zodiac, which is surprising. Next up, we have In Shadow's Wake, which I believe is technically still... no, it's the first 84 quest. Okay. So yeah, we have In Shadow's Wake. We have... oh, hang on. Ah, never knew you could actually get that. So yeah, we have beaten Zodiac, and we saw an angry face, and the world ending. And all of that is considered by the universe in general to be very bad. Also, I cannot walk today, apparently. We also have a Pillar of Industry. Okay. That's okay. Please and thank you. So yeah, today is going to be a relaxing stream. God damn it. A casual stream. Because there is going to be no dungeon today. There's going to be no trial today. It's just going to be a part of the game that exists, that I acknowledge as existing. And that's about as far as I'm willing to take it. None of these doors open. That's a shame. I am not willing to accept the fact that that part of the game exists. It does. I will be talking about this. I'll be ranting about this a lot. This looks seriously beautiful. I never get tired of the moon. It is just honest to God. Fucking beautiful. Like the planet over there. I believe it's like still technically the same as we saw it back in Amarant. Should probably check that at some point. The prison that Zodiac was in. Let's continue with In Shadow's Wake. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surroundings is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin has grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know that these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. We have, so for today's statistics we have 10 quests. Assuming about half an hour for each quest means we are going to continue on until midnight. Yay! Although, to be fair, some quests will be a lot shorter than others. That all kinda depends on a lot of different things. So those are your stats for today. 10 quests to go through, all of them 84, no dungeons, no trials. It's going to be a very relaxing Saturday. Also, I did not know you could just walk around that. I always just teleport back here. I didn't even know you could just... it makes sense that you can walk around that. I don't know why I'm surprised about the fact that I can walk around that. Just... Also, boy, we look tiny. Like, I don't know why I'm surprised about that. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempest before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kral has audibly delivered unto the care, serving as a conduit. Heidelin's power had taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphano and Alizé, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. Oh. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom our Heidelin bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Almarod. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Heidelin, together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep Virgil over Zodiac, or rather, it was my duty. Yeah, we might have done a case of the whoopsies. Then the Zodiac is no more. We should really glamour ourselves about you from this. Then again. And not without consequence. I am afraid for now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Oh no. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself over our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? Maybe we use them while we wait. By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, tribe. Well, I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on the lower floors. Okay, let's go out and do some library research. I'm okay with that. Also, it's really, once again, just a reminder of how small we really are compared to everything else. Yeah, I like that Watcher's Tower. Also, since, you know, 6.2, patch notes, yada yada, I will probably not be streaming patch 6.2. We had a lot of fun with 6.1, but it has since come to my attention that it just isn't that interesting to watch me play Final Fantasy XIV. I will probably show the raids if I can be bothered. Probably not, but like I said, if I can find like a raiding group for some point in the future, then I will probably stream the different raids. But that would be, as I also said before, in addition to my content, not in exchange of. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summaries. No abnormalities. Oh boy. These appear to be records of a long, lonely visit on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Okay. God, that piano string is just so immensely beautiful. This entire Watcher's theme is just utterly gorgeous. There's actually not a single bad song in this entire expansion. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flow through your mind. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. Also, hang on, let me go in high chat again. Oopsie. Okay. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loporids, although it's not clear who or what they are. The record notes the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he may remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare to bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. 77 is still low. Like I said, I always assume like about 30 minutes for each quest, but that is longer or shorter depending on where in the game we exactly are. Did you learn anything of import? Yes, we did. We learned actually a lot of things. Not necessarily good things, but things nonetheless. So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. Whether the Watcher said he was created together with this place, or when the Watcher said he was created with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again. Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
Interesting. There's like it's a lot like it feels like a lot how we like look at how we like try to see where the next earthquake is going to be.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Reminds me a lot of like I said, it reminds me a lot of like how earthquakes are discovered in the in our own world. Almost weakest, okay. So basically, wherever there was like the least amount of vehicle current would be the first next hit or target hit.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived.
So he was okay.
No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
That actually makes a lot of sense if you like accept the underlying assumptions. Like if the problem is that something becomes stagnant, then yeah, the solution is to make it move again. And if it's on a planetary scale, you need something even bigger than a planet, or at least something more powerful than the planetary scale.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Aim was never to okay. The aim was never to Megan. So basically they wanted to just give me a second till the final days were figured out. So basically figure out. Okay, so let me see if I like have this all correct. So basically Zodiac was made in order to keep ether moving on like a planetary scale, kind of moving. And Hydaelyn didn't want to so much end Zodiac so much as that she wanted to keep him imprisoned until we figured out, or until someone figured out what the final days were and how they could stop it. And the outsider, once that had been figured out, from there the plan kind of becomes muddled. But I can see the logic. I can see like how it flows from A to B to C to D. Also, this is a reference to the anti-tower, all the way back in Heavensward. I guess it was like 2.4, I believe, or even 2.2. So it's basically meant a matter of like knowing the information might actually not be helpful to her goal, which I'm not certain how to feel about, to be honest.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days.
Yeah,
should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Okay, that is, yeah, no, okay, gotcha. Yep, nope. Gotcha. So basically we doom everyone if we don't do this. That is one way to motivate. Hemel. Excuse, pardon me, but what is ready? What exactly is ready? What the fuck is that?
Yes, but what is it?
The moon is a giant spaceship. I don't know how to react to that information. The moon is a gigantic spaceship. Fine. You know what? You know what? You know what? Fine. Fine by me. The moon is a gigantic spaceship. Why not? You know what? I'm willing to accept it. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. Oh my god, we gotta say Puppy Dog again. As Heidelin created me as the Gale, so too did she recreate Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he's nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. So basically, do the walk again this time, but this time around on your own. If he labors in service of Heidelin's plan, I see no reason to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand then? Let's. So yeah, we got... and jump once more. Goodbye. So yeah, we learned a lot there. None of it necessarily good news. But yeah, I just want to once again, like, just mention the sheer majesty. Like, I don't know, when I look at the moon like this, there is a feeling welling up inside of me that I can't explain. It's like a combination of awe and also, I guess, sort of like a hope for humanity that one day we can be like this. I know that sounds like really weird, but like standing here on the moon in a massive MMO makes me believe like if only we all got together as humanity, just kind of, you know, like they're just keeping the fighting to a minimum for a bit while we are all trying to figure out how to survive the coming decade, the coming century. You know, like the thing is, once we are on the moon and on Mars, humanity is saved. At that point, we are on multiple planets, so what happens on one planet won't necessarily affect what happens on the other. And it is just like, what's up with all of these people here constantly? You know, like it makes me want to believe in a future where we as humanity have figured out our differences enough that we can all just kinda make sure that we are at the very least, you know, surviving. You know, it's almost, it is like I said, it's like all hope and also melancholy, like of the knowledge that with the way humanity is going right now, I won't be there to see it happen. And there are many reasons for that feeling, but I think a big one that has to be addressed is the fact that, you know, we are on a planet ruled by people, and in the majority of Western countries, we are being ruled by people who will be dead in 10 to 20 years. They won't have a stake in what's next. They don't have a stake. They don't have to care. You know, we are basically the worst possible people that could be ruling our planet are at the moment ruling our planet. In regards to age, like, I'm not suggesting that if you just take away the age angle, that it also all of a sudden is amazing. But it definitely will help. At least that's my feeling on the entire thing. It's like, I want to be able to one day wake up and read in the news, be that radio, internet, an actual newspaper if that still exists at the time, and read human colony on the moon. We did it. You know, the dream of humanity, of humanity, we are so close to fulfilling that dream, and we are messing around on this planet, killing one another over the most stupid of things. You know, like, we are killing one another over which book of 2000 or 1400 years ago is the correct book. We're killing one another over whether or not vaccination is a thing. based on a study from 1994 that has been so beyond discredited that if you ever even so much as mention the name in a serious study, the study itself will not even be published. Like, that's how far down that study is. You know, we are fighting one another over whether or not other people are allowed to be human. Whether or not just because you don't love the other sex, that means that you're somehow subhuman in some way. We're fighting one another over the most stupid, trivial, surface level things. Because if we don't, we have to acknowledge how much of a fuck up we are as a species. It is easier to hate one another than it is to acknowledge the fact that we all in some way fucked up. It's easier to point the blame at someone else. You know, oh no, my ratings are falling in my country. I'll just go ahead and like blame the country next to me. Let's rile them all up in a fever pitch because I don't care how many people die as long as that I get to stay in power. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, I don't care about the power, about who's in power. What I care about is that we can all live as human beings. And the fact that there are people with power right now deciding based on a book of 2,000 years ago whether or not some people even have rights. God damn, does it second me. But yeah, let's continue on with the game. My apologies, this is just, I don't know where this came from. I just needed to have it said. The place we seek is just ahead at the place. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be very hard pressed to find a greater confluence than inside the cavern. Follow me. I don't know where that came from. I just needed to, I guess, say my piece. Chlorophyllus. Okay. You are a weeper. You are a rock. First of all. Okay, so we're nowhere near. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar spongoids draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the sponsor along? Sure. A lunar sponge. Like, I genuinely don't know where it came from, but it was like very deep. Came in very deep for me. Oh my god, it's Doggo! Once more. Argos manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. Oh, who is there, cute Doggo? More than a sense of duty, eh? Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. But yeah, so yeah, basically a hot take of the day. We all should, you know, it doesn't cost anything to be nice. You know? Treat other human beings as human beings. If you don't like their lifestyle, suck it. Suck it up. You know? Not everyone has to live by your idea of what humanity is or should be. Hang on, is that? Okay, never mind. I thought it was like, hang on, is that something? But it seems like it's... Might be an effect. I'm not sure if it's an effect or if it's like something else. But I was like, why is that star all of a sudden like blinking? It doesn't really matter so much. Come on, let's ride the puppy. Your destination is the structure there across the cradle of darkness. But climb onto Argos' back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kind of fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and be praying for your success. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not go all at once. I propose the two of us cross first, while Pancret and Nuriange wait here. Yep, that's right. It's just such a weird thing, like... in-game, like 2 hours ago, Zodiac stood there. And now it doesn't. I actually don't think you can actually go here before this point anyway. Like, I think the chasm is designed to be too deep for that. And I'm not exactly in the mood to figure that out, to be perfectly honest. The structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Omorothine. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let's head inside and oh. Where's the doggos? Most intriguing. A means by which he conserved energy, perhaps. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Like, I'm not gonna be sarcastic to good boy. If Argos is to remain without, let's not keep him waiting over long. Let us start the part that I hate. Okay, so, I told you guys before, there were 2 moments where I almost gave up on Endwalker. We are about to see the first time that I almost just quit the game and never looked back. Welcome to Best Way Burrows. Also, it is surprisingly
Our
empty.
moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
I hate these. I hate these so much.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
I am dead inside.
Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
So. Let's untangle this. Let's just untangle this. I'm not even sure where to start. The mood whiplash. So it's been a week since we killed Zodiac. In game, this is an hour. I've actually timed it. It's 90 minutes since the end of Zodiac in game and the moment we see this. Less than an hour ago, we learned about how the world and all of its reflections is going to end. Now we're dealing with moon bunnies. The whiplash. The sheer whiplash from Moon is a spaceship and we're about to die, to here are a bunch of bunnies, is rather severe. The other thing here is I understand, based on what people have been telling me, because apparently I am the only person that feels this way. This is a Final Fantasy IV reference. I have never played Final Fantasy IV. I do not know what the context is in which moon bunnies would be a reasonable part of a story. I still don't think there is any story that is improved with moon bunnies, but I might be wrong. But personally speaking, I have never played Final Fantasy IV. I have only ever played Final Fantasy XIV. This is my only Final Fantasy game. I'm here for a good story. A story that until this point was going really well. Was going really smooth. Was like, yeah, we were going somewhere. And to understand why I'm going home about this, please understand the type of games that I normally play. I'm the type of player that plays Fallout New Vegas, Disco Elysium, Bioshock, Europa Universalis, Victoria, Hearts of Iron. I am what you could consider a gamer that likes a good story, and also a gamer that plays games that take themselves serious. And that take their source material very seriously. So far, Final Fantasy XIV has taken itself very seriously. And to then throw bunnies in my face feels like I've been kicked in the nads multiple times, back to back. The moment I saw this, I was contemplating to just quit the game right there and then, and never touch it again, and just acknowledge the fact that I'm never going to see the end of Endwalker. That is how done I was with this game at that point. We are going to continue through this, because it's going to get better, but I'll fully admit, if the level 55 quest hadn't picked up the way they did, I would have quit right there and then, and I would have not touched this game in any capacity ever again. So hard is the mood whiplash between killing Zodiac and everything that it entails, and then this. So yeah, let us continue with a hairy situation. They must be the Loporids mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave the rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about it in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. Allow me to say something here, because you might be going, Tribe, you're not enjoying yourself. I'm not. I hate this. I hate this part with every fiber of my being. I am streaming this game because Endwalker has a great conclusion to a story that has been in the making for 10 years. In some cases even longer. That does not mean I am going to force myself to enjoy something that I very much am on the I despise this part of. I'm not going to pretend to like this. I am not going to pretend to enjoy this. All I'm doing is showcasing the game to you guys. And that's literally it. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Wave's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Etheris. And that's a promise. The reason I'm right now not showing my face is because my camera is broken. But otherwise I would basically have the Linus is dead face on me. Anyway, that is local fates. Let me actually preface this. I don't mind the area itself, at least the main area we're in right now. Trust me, it will get a lot worse. I don't mind this area. At all, not in the slightest. But I hate the rabbits. I hate them with every fiber of my being. They do not belong in this game. And they never will belong in this game. Sleeping way. My job is... perhaps I'd better ask... Sure. Why not? This is a nightmare I can't wake up from. The thing is, normally before these streams I kind of go over my own reactions to the different parts. I didn't need to for this stream. I knew what was coming up. And I knew that I would have the same visceral gut reaction. When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Yes, take me to your leader. Let's get out of here as soon as we can. Leader? Ah, yes. Look no further. I'm the one you seek. Well, well. Looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all. Though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter. You needn't worry about your pretty little heads. All will be well. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing around gaping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you will find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There is no wrong way to reach it, but it's the last glowing ball at the center, if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the ones and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. The worst part is if I could skip this I would. But I can't, because there's actually some important revelations at the end of today's stream that are important to understanding the bigger picture. You could have all avoided this. Could have all avoided this. 25 subs, I would have not said a single bad. To be fair, I probably would not have said a single word this stream. But I would not have complained, as per the contract, as per the September rules. This is all your fault. Could have all avoided this. Oh, that's up there. So, oh, fuck you too, buddy. out of 10.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order.
Oh god, the voices.
My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Atheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
Can the rabbits be on the planet when it happens?
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot
Oh,
that I've
for
forgotten to
fuck's
eat and
sake.
left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star.
Fuck all the people in all the
Easier said than done,
universes!
admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most
All the other
massive
universes will be
propulsion
killed!
system.
Yay!
We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
Hi, Claros. Hope your day is going well. Hope your work is going well.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak.
Are we just going to ignore all the universes that are going to die as a result of this rocket?
Outside help to determine what amenities were essential. I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Good to hear you're having a good day. I'm dying inside.
From who?
From you and yours!
That's actually
Yes.
really good to hear.
Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges?
Who the fuck has been talking to these rabbits and not put them on a spike
But
yet?
you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
Now I'm going to put them on my horns.
I'm not sure what
For
led you to
that
conclude
fucking compliment.
otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
But yeah, good to hear you. Also, Clara, my apologies. I'm still getting used to it.
Blazes let you on my moon.
I'm so sorry, Clara. I just... for years I've called you Claros, and it's going to take a bit for my...
Led you here.
It's going to take a moment for my brain to acknowledge what's been going on.
Really? Not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot peas.
Oi, who are you calling small, mate?
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
How have people been sending you information without telling you what our species
Someone
looks
could
like?
have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
How?
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed.
But yeah,
Sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
and at no point someone informed them to put a picture in
I
there.
thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
If only my camera was on right now.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Anyway, my day so far has been interesting.
Perhaps
Ignoring
you could
the
tell us
stream,
a
I
bit
mean.
more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Who forgot to
Yes,
mention
in
the
due
length
time.
of your species.
But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
So yeah, I basically put my bicycle away because it's being repaired at the moment. The back wheel needs to be replaced, which, you know, happens at times. I watched the game show go into absolute shambles. That was honestly really fun to watch. Like, I was watching that before stream. It was honest to god amazing to watch a game show just break down to the point where even the people behind the screen, behind the scenes, are just basically burning the entire office down. I got a package delivered. Wait, or at least I had to walk to get a package. Because for some reason it was accidentally sent to my old address. What else have I done today? I'm going to be eating a pizza after I'm done streaming. And I'm actually... Okay, hang on. So this deserves a bit of a story here. So, since we are going to be done with Hitman tomorrow, I figured I might see if No Man's Sky is going to be a fun Sunday sessions kind of game for a bit. It turns out that the Game Pass version of No Man's Sky bases its language on your system language, which in my case, because I'm Dutch, is Dutch, and doesn't allow you to change the language. So what could have been a fun few Sunday session streams where I kind of like mess around in No Man's Sky, because apparently it's been improved a lot, and I'm really willing to give it like a second try, can't be streamed. Because my audience is English, or at least my audience is not Dutch. So my audience probably isn't in the mood to watch me play No Man's Sky in Dutch and then where I have to translate everything into English. It's kind of put a damper on the entire thing, but yeah. Would have been fun if it was like actually... It would have been fun if it was like actually English. But if you guys are up for it, for me to stream No Man's Sky in Dutch... Hang on, let me actually put a poll in here in the Discord. We're gonna go ahead and do a poll. Let me actually go ahead and put this in there. And then we will go and continue. Don't worry about it. We will continue a bit. I'm just writing down something here real fast. Okay, so I have just now put in a poll on the Discord. So that like people can decide if they want to see No Man's Sky in Dutch or not. Which, yeah. There we go. That has now been put in there. So if you are part of the Discord, you can go ahead and yeah, go to polls. I should mention, you have to be a follower or above in order to vote in the polls, for the very simple reason that people that watch my stream, polls are for stream stuff, and people that watch my streams are obviously more interested in it than I am, or other people. It's very simple, yay, nay. Don't need to explain what all of the things are. I assume if you have eyes that you know that a check mark means yes and that a cross means no. Although, to be fair, after the game show that I watched earlier today, I don't have a whole lot of faith in humanity left. Anyway, let's go to move on to a taste of the moon. Right then. Now that I've actually... Okay, so, hang on. So, there we go. It's out of my system. The complaining for now is out of my system. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us, in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there's anything at all that might displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestway Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced a myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinion on them. I'm sure you're all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. Please don't tell me that all you have on this journey is food, or for food is carrots. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of a fair is rotting to its core, being a matter of course is rather concerning though. Nevertheless, let's take this opportunity to learn more of the Loborit and this vessel. Please don't tell me that all we're going to be having on this journey is carrots. But yeah, Clara, I hope that your sales are going to keep on going well. Stay positive, Prep. 6 more quests and this is over. 6 more quests and this is over. Stay positive. It was harder when you didn't know how long this would take. Now you know. Now you know. Stay positive. You can do this. Please tell me I can do this. I need the inspiration. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way. Pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutritions for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why, I practically won the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we were all quite famished. Hop along to the platforms here, and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Oh, thank you. I mean, personally, to be fair, I probably shouldn't be screaming too much about eating carrots, considering the fact that my diet is very one-dimensional as well. So I probably shouldn't be saying that too loudly. But yeah, the Caratorium. Open the storage unit to find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Also, Clara, thank you very much for the stretch and the hydrate. We have been streaming for about 90 minutes now. we will take a break once we are halfway through the quests. So we have about 2 more quests to go. Before we take a short break. You know, nice on the halfway point. So, you know what? Let's go for the Omnius Crimson Carrot. What is the worst that could happen? The soft texture and redolent aroma of the Crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leave you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Yeah, thank you. I have some Aquarius right here, I have some water right here, and yeah, I've just not done a stretch. Also, I do want to say this, thanks to you guys. Because in August, I'll once again be getting $100 from you lovely people that have been so lovely gifting and doing everything to the stream. As per usual, all the money that goes that is being, you know, given by you guys goes back into the stream, and it is now going back into a new case. Now that my the front of my case is basically all but broken, and to a new camera. So the next step in the betterment of the stream is going to be a new camera and a new case, so that I don't have to constantly mess around with stuff. And for those of you who weren't here before, the first back in January, when for the first time there was enough money in the bank, I actually gave myself a completely new microphone that you're talking or that you're listening to, and that has improved the quality of the stream so immensely. And without you guys, I couldn't do that. So all the money that goes into the stream goes back, or that is being given for the stream, is going back into the stream until a point of diminishing returns. And from then on, I'm going to be spending it on, you know, surviving. But I do. A very, very good Sunday evening. It is currently the 31st of July 2022. It's 7 minutes past 7. It is going to be an interesting Sunday sessions, because it isn't actually a Sunday sessions. It is Final Fantasy XIV Sundays, for the very simple reason that my internet broke yesterday, so we're going to be finishing this up. So there we go, apologies for that. I am quickly typing because I'm trying something new here, which is very exciting indeed. So yesterday we did a lot. Not a lot. We learned about the existence of bunnies. And depending on your point of view, that's either a good thing or a very, very bad thing. I'm also testing something with audio today, which is why I'm kind of talking right now, to make sure that everything is as it should be. So one of the problems I've been having is that I constantly need to mess around in my audio settings, because games always have different loudness volumes. If you want to have a chat, you're going to have to lower the sound. So as a result, it never quite sounds as it should be. And therefore, I am right now testing with a new, with something new here, where the game audio is automatically lowered when I'm talking. That way I can keep the audio up for you guys, and I can also make sure that everything is, well, basically as it should be. Well, it makes it all sound more professional, you know? So that's kind of what I want feedback on. But unfortunately, no one is online to give me feedback. Which sucks. Which really sucks. But yeah, anyway, it is still a Sunday session, so in the meantime gonna go ahead and see if there's anything interesting in the news this week. And the answer is, I mean, we are in the middle of summer. Sounds good. Yeah, so I am right now testing something new here where my the game audio goes lower as I'm talking. So I'm kind of wondering if it all now sounds if the game audio is like at a nice level for when I'm talking right now. So that's basically what I'm testing, but good to see that it's really balanced. Well, there we go. And good luck with your stream, Masu. I might rate you later because AI The Somnium Files is a great game to stream, so have fun with that. I'm not going to say anything else. It's a game you need to experience for yourself. So have fun with stream, dude. I'll come by later. But thank you very much. It's good to hear. That's like really good. Also, for some reason, you were a first-time chat, according to Twitch. So I don't know what's happening there. But yeah, have fun, dude. I'll go ahead and talk to you later. Go back to your own stream. People are waiting for you to continue, dude. I don't need to stay here, as I'm going to be dealing with the worst part of Endwalker. Like, seriously, go and enjoy. I'll check. I'll come by later if I'm done early. So yeah, so a couple of things that have happened in the news this week. Well, if you are a lover of Nazi paraphernalia, you shouldn't be, but you know, in case there is a weirdo out there. Hitler's watch has been auctioned off for $1 million. Don't know what else to say about that, to be honest. It's one of those things where you imagine that there is nothing else needed, but so it is. Somewhere in America, someone has become really happy when a $1.3 billion jackpot has been captured. Someone has become a billionaire in America in like a single few minutes, really. So, congratulations to them. I hope that they'll do something amazing with it. If you are a person that likes to drive, might I recommend you don't try to do that 8 times without having a driver's license. Someone in the city of Lelystad has been captured trying to drive again for the 8th time without a license. One can only imagine just how insane that whole thing is going to be. In a fun twist, when police came to the car, he switched with the person next to him, who also does not have a driver's license. So, make of that whatever you will. Just, oh god, that honestly is the weirdest thing I have. That honestly just might be the perfect in the news this week news. That is, I genuinely don't even know how to react to that, to be honest. That is honest to God some of the weirdest. That might be the weirdest. But it isn't the weirdest. Like last week we had like squirrels that were whose balls were being chopped off, but you know, all in perspective, I guess. Is there anything else here? Doesn't seem like it. It's a very boring week, but then again, that's every week. Not every week, but like it's in the middle of summer. Like it's, you know. Let me actually go ahead. I need to type one more thing in here, because one opinion, as we all know, one opinion is no opinion. I mean, it is still technically Sunday sessions today. Like, you are going to get moments where there will be a bit of silence before we start with the actual stream. But yeah, I will go ahead and probably raid Masu later on. Like, he's a good bean. He's a very good bean indeed. and he deserves all the love. He absolutely deserves all the love. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue. So, the last, yesterday, before my internet broke, and I'm going to be checking all the cables after stream today, we were dealing with a taste of the moon. So we have just learned about the bunnies, and the bunnies are realizing that we might not be as big as they imagined we were. So that is basically what we're going to be continuing on today. For those of you who don't know, technically we are in the middle of Final Fantasy Saturdays, and we are in the 84 quest. And today we're going to basically finish up all the 84 quests. And we are going to just enjoy ourselves during that, I hope. Someone. You guys are going to enjoy yourselves. Hitman will return next week. It's just that since stream died yesterday, I kinda need to finish this in order for the schedule to keep making sense. So yeah, enough talky. Although I will say, could look worse. I'm not a fan of the carrots. Let's go to take the Omnius Crimson Red, just like last time. Are you certain you wish to eat the carrot? Yes, I do. On second thought, you elect to simply to take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Away whether it is safe to eat first. Sounds like a swell idea right there. Such a shame though that we aren't allowed to grab the massive... Like, you're giving me the option for an omnious large carrot, for an omnious dark carrot. Of course I'm going to take it. Eee. There we go. Yeah. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? No. Even Vieira swooned at the sight of so grant the carrot. That or be offended by those who assume they would. Well, I'm not a Vieira, I don't care. Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Eat the obscenely large carrot. Fine by me. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newly found figure begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Right. What did you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest. The what? But the boost to endurance it promises to make it seem perfect. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see we have a carrot. What do you mean an iron carrot? That's not two words that should ever be put in the same sentence. Ever, at all. Like, no. They should not be anywhere near one another in the sentence. Yeah, what if I don't like carrots? I'm an aura. I need meat. You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. No, I need meat. I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Neferis? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first. So imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided. Rather than dividing our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it will be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But the primary concern was efficiency. What's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlors the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjugations. Just basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really. But it does explain a great deal. Wherefore did they When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You would never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though, if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from affairs as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. I need meat. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. Moving on to the next one. Styled a hero. 1 second. If you're wondering what I'm eating, I'm having some, my apologies. I have some problems with my stomach lately. So I am, having something for that. I think we had a fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Might actually do like a hard reset of the new machine. Anyway. 21 to the southwest. Why are the supporters willing to kill us? Maybe a dumb question, but one that I do feel deserves an answer. Northeast. Oh, over there. There we go. I mean, in what has to be the obvious part of today's obvious stream, I am also still going to try and get flying going on to the on the moon. Come on, buddy. Jump, jump. Good boy. Yeah, man. You can do this. I know those steps are big, but you can do it. Wait, did we just not miss that? Just... I'm blind. I really am blind. Okay, where's the next one? Northwest. Which is still in the same area. Let's just go ahead and grab them while we are here. Also, I really need to start spending some time leveling up other things. Because we are going to be hitting some problems otherwise very soon. Northwest. Gotcha! Like I said, if you sometimes see me stop talking and just say nothing for a bit, that is because I am asking some people for their feedback on the new audio settings. Also, if you might be joining into this stream from somewhere else, like say whenever I'm playing Hitman or Yakuza, and you're wondering what the massive image in the lower left corner is, I can show you that actually. It is the chat. And in Final Fantasy XIV, it's if in the Final Fantasy XIV streaming community, it's kind of considered not done to show the chat. So we're using this. Also, hi Kusha, I'm testing out some new audio settings. Yeah, I am. I was looking at a Reddit thread last night on r/Twitch, and they gave like this really nice. They gave this like advice on how, or one of the posts was like a very detailed guide on how to make it so that the voice becomes more clear when you're talking, but when like you're not talking. The music kicks back in. So, I'm kind of wondering how it all sounds. Like, does the audio still sound good when I'm not speaking? Does the audio sound good when I'm talking? That's kind of what I'm most curious about. It's another step in professionalizing the stream, basically. And southeast. We'll go there when we need to. So yeah, any feedback, like if my voice is now too prominent, if the music is not prominent enough, like any help, that way I can tweak the settings so that it becomes just perfect. Yeah, because I'm still noise gating. Apparently, a lot of streamers don't do that, but I seriously recommend. Noise gating takes like 5 seconds, maybe a minute to set up, but it really helps with the background. But yeah, that is like some really nice. And yeah, I'm going to be checking my cables after stream, and I'm gonna be doing a hard reset on my router. It should all be fixed by Tuesday. The internet. So that is some really nice feedback, Kusha. Thank you. This is the type of feedback I can do something with. Things make speaker vibrate. I can lower the mic audio a bit. Like, how does this sound? Like, I've lowered the mic just a hint. So let's see here. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Ah yes, that traditional creation magic stuff. Also, Kusha, thank you so very much for the information, because this is I can like do stuff with this. Like I can now lower the mic volume because I know that the desktop audio will also go lower now. That is this is really helpful information. And, you know, you can stay around if you like, or you can go back to what it is that you were doing. Like, this is information I can do something with. And I can, like, kind of, like, tweak the settings just enough that it all works out perfectly. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the selfsame affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them. But I will regale you with the details another time. You're looking at how to get a Dutch driving license. Actually, you've just missed it, but there was an news article earlier this month where someone had been found to like taken into the police office for the 8th time for driving without a license. So I'll actually link you the story on the NOS story. Like, I could not believe it when I first read it. There we go. It was a bit earlier in the month, like it was about 2 weeks ago. Like, here we go. This is, I honestly could not believe it when I first... It's like your sister. I mean, if your sister is living in Lelystad, then that's entirely possible. So yeah, like that is honestly one of the... It definitely is by far the most in the news this week story that in the news this week has has gotten. Often enough to be formally... Wait, formally booked as in like, does she have a cell ready just in case? Or is it like that she has to go to jail for it? That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra vis we needed. Like, I don't know what booked at the county office means, to be honest. Because I'm not... It's weird, like I've been speaking English for 20 years and I just don't know what that, if booked in this sense is like, booked as in the jail's already ready or... Gone into holding. Oh, they held the book. Ah, okay, there we go. That's... When I read like booked, my immediate idea is like that they're just ready for her the moment she comes in. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. We'll also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. I can only imagine how this is going to look. But why take my word for it, which you can simply try on our clothes? Nope. Make yourselves known to the workers. And they will see to the rest. But honestly, Kusha, I'm not certain if I should be annoyed or surprised by your sister for that. Or like, on the one hand, I'm like, she deserves it. On the other hand, I'm like, wow. That, honestly, not sure what else to say about that, other than just, wow. That is genuinely... I genuinely don't know how to react to that news. Buddy, can we? No. Also, why are the supporters trying to kill us? Speaking of things that are happening right now. Oh no, I will talk a bit once we are in the part where I'm just doing some questing for getting flying unlocked. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Aferis. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the... Oi, who are you calling small, mate? Who are you calling small? I have a sword, I can use it, and I can roast you on top of a fire. Alright, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Yes, an outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Yes, I want to see how insane this gets. But yeah, Kusha, like I said, just honestly really surprised, both surprised and impressed. I don't know how else to react to that. Embodies your... what? Me killing you. That's what I'm trying to say. This will only take a moment. I can only imagine. I am speechless. What's with that thing underneath? Normally this is the point where I You must continue weighing these comments about to progress. You can... Oh god. Normally I like say, normally I'd like tell people what they're saying for people that might be watching this on like, might watching this like with the, while doing something else, but I'm honestly speechless. This is horrible. This is genuinely horrible. If it would have just been the rope, I could have said that it was just mixed messaging. And that maybe they thought that I was a healer. But it's the underside, it's this right here that just... No. Ah, no one said you would be coming. How can I help? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course, it would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Yes. I think I can handle that. Let's see. I mean, I'm personally not really going for a driver's license yet because there is a serious backlog. So I'm right now working on my boating license still. Don't worry, it has been set sometime in October. But like, for right now, my first focus is just, you know, getting university done and then. But yeah, like from what I understand, the Dutch driver's license is a lot more strict and like a lot more serious than the American one is. Like you can't just, from what I understand from America, you can just kind of learn to drive before you get your driver's license. Over here, that's a massive no-no. And yeah, the theory portion, from what I understand from people like around me, the theory portion of the driver's license is by far the most bullshit part of the entire process. Also, Kersha, I seriously recommend that you learn manual. Because the way that it works in Europe is that if you have gotten your driver's license on an automatic car, then an automatic car is the only thing you are allowed to drive. Whereas if you finish your license with a manual stick, then you can drive any car you want. But if you only learn to drive automatic, then that's the only type of car you will be allowed to drive. And the government isn't happy if you, like, with an automatic driver's license, start doing manual stuff. Like, that's one of the few things that I remember is like, a lot of people at my university have been complaining about that. Somehow that is even worse. This is the second time I've been turned speechless. And not for a good reason. Not in any way for a positive reason. This is genuinely the worst outfit in this game. And anyone that says otherwise... I don't know, I've seen this before. I still don't know how to react to this part. I still have no clue how to react to this. I was speechless then, I'm speechless now. I will never get used to it. My, don't we look splendid? Okay. Hear me out here, chat. Roasted rabbit. With leeks, cabbages, and roasted potatoes on the side in a wild foil sauce. Just hear me out here. I think it would be delicious. The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. No, you don't. You need speak. I can see your adoration for the moon, and we elaborates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Oh my god.
What the actual fuck?
What's with the what's with the helmets? I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... yeah, I'm glad to have my own robe back on. Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aferis? They will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spared no efforts in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than making assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every town we received, I doubt we'd fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aferis, and for the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14, and risk fouling them all. I suppose you're right. Living way, we might have leave to explore Bestway burrows on the unattended. You have given us a lot to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak with you about. Let's just be off then, shall we? Oh. Thank God I'm back in my own clothes. It's kind of like this. I mean, it's the moon. It must be really cold on here. Ah, my apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aferis, and I wanted to see what the fuss was all about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aferis refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name is Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Why do I get the feeling that the domiciles are going to be just as bad? Oh, southeast is... Oh, it's gotcha. It's on the moon. It's on the moon's surface itself. Actually, let me just There we go. We can teleport. We should probably do it more. There we go. There's camping way. I can only imagine what they think camping is like. Ah, nice. Oh, apologies to hear that your connection broke at some point. Seems like I'm not the only person with internet issues lately. You know what? I'm not going to comment on that. I am going to refuse to comment on that. Also, I think I might be in the wrong area. The answer is yes. Yes, I am. Drive another car for someone. Yeah, precisely. Like, I feel like if you really struggle with manual, then automatic is obviously an option, but with manual, at very least you can drive every car. Which I think makes up for the difficulty. Although then again, I don't have a driver's license, so what do I know? You're here! You're really here! Thank you so much. What should I call you? Previously, I've mentioned more common out. Yeah! Manuals over here are still very much the norm from what I understand. Like I said, I mean, I'm going for a boating license. Manual is all we have. Tribe Sakamuri, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Tribe, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Proceed to the residential area. Sure.
Ready in the teleporter.
Oh boy, I can only imagine what will go wrong this time. That does not look good.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
Oh god. Actually, I'm okay with that.
Private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
Yes.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, You could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality.
It is honest.
Difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
I'm not sure what Urianger has gotten himself into, but it is amazing indeed.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
If only we couldn't hear it from all the way from where we are standing.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up.
You could not have come at the worst possible time, buddy.
It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Yeah, I'm never stepping onto the teleporter ever again. Also, all in favor of kicking Urianger out of the Scions for lying to us again? All in favor say aye. It really does feel like it is his single soul character trait at this point. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I'm going to tell you right now that the residential quarters are going to turn into a dungeon. I'm already telling you that's a level 90 dungeon. I'm just going to spoil that for you right now. I have rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. You can now travel between the upper and lower floors of Bestway Burrows via the teleporter. Thank you. And I believe with that, yeah, there you go. We've unlocked the first quest, so we're going to be doing that as well. All veil that ends veil. No comment. No comment on the name of that quest. I may not seem like it, but we've been planning this for far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion or this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of FFXIV wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was faster. Oi! Yeah, no, you know what, to be fair, consider... If we assume FFXIV is our own world at the moment, no, yes, absolutely. And even then, odds are that even if they were burning into magma, some people would be going like, this is all fine, and global warming is all a fake. You know, like, some people will be idiotic enough that... People were idiotic enough to scream on their deathbeds that COVID-19 was a fake Chinese hoax. So you know what? Growing Way has a point there. A very valid and surprisingly awkward real-world point. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me! let's not. Let's go ahead and do the first of the 4 quests we need to do in order to unlock flying. So yeah, last night I've actually I've actually finished an achievement for Europa Universalis 4. For those of you who don't know, Europa Universalis 4 is a map painting simulator game. Hi MB, how are you doing tonight? We have just started some side questing to get flying unlocked. But yeah, so I finished up the quest. The achievement ideas guide, and vibing mostly. That sounds absolutely amazing. How do I sound actually, like compared to the music and everything? It's a question I will ask everyone tonight. But yeah, let's just go ahead and quickly go through this. Yeah, so I've learned a lot about it in regards to like income in Europa Universalis 4. And what I've mostly learned is that if you start in South America, plantations are overpowered. So what I did for the achievement, because I had tried it for the entire week or so, is that I basically switched up my ideas so that I could get freedom of religion. Or I started with freedom of religion. And that basically means that religion doesn't give you any negative modifiers. Which means I could switch religion whenever I felt like it. Without any consequences. And that honestly has been such a lifesaver. Like in the last 50 years in game or so, I've jumped, or in the last 200 years in game, I've jumped from 50 ducats a month to 700. Which is a tad bit insane. And it's only gonna get worse now that coal has been unlocked. But yeah, so I'm gonna be kind of seeing how far I can get it. Also, I've restarted LA Noire. Like I've done the first 4 tutorial missions again. For no other reason that I just kind of felt like replaying it. Like it's one of those games that I sometimes like to return to after a few years just to kind of see how it all goes. There we go. And also search for the iron carrots, and that's in here. Might as well go then. There we go. Search for the iron carrots. Oh, found one. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well tonight. I woke up at like 4 PM today. Like I really couldn't sleep at all last night. And I'm like not certain what the reason for that is. It's just that I just couldn't. I had one of those nights. And I've been having them a few times now. But yeah, apart from that, I've been enjoying myself. I've just been relaxing, really. Like, I played some Yakuza last night, or Yakuza Like a Dragon. I played some EU4. I played some LA Noire. Ooh. I hope that you didn't die halfway through, Andy. Like, I'm not certain if I could do that, to be honest. Like, I just... That sounds like something you should get checked out, to be honest, buddy. Like, the last thing that anyone needs... Yeah, that probably sounds like something you should get checked out. Although it could, if it was like already there when you woke up, then it might have just been blood flow from the fact that you slept on your arm or something like that. But yeah, like I hope that the feeling is now mostly gone. just casually. That sounds like a very smart idea. Like I recommend you take some time to just let your arms rest and relax for a bit. Like your arms have deserved that after today. Yank, yank. Come on, buddy. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. There we go. Good boy. I mean, I think, don't you like work in like a warehouse or like a shop or something? Like, it's, I think that you should be fine when you work in a shop, to be honest. In regards to like, compared to what you had to do today, I mean. Then again, I feel like just about every single job is like better compared to what you had to deal with. Hitboxes on these things are a bit awkward. Secretarian office inside the... There we go. See? Like, the most you will do in that case with your hands is just dealing with paperwork. And I think that that should be doable. There we go. Those are the first two quests done. Come on, buddy. And we have learned a few new things. Expectation and... hang on. Spirits within must... let me see. It delivers an attack. Okay, upgrades to exploitation. Okay, so that's just an upgrade. That's just a direct upgrade right there. And let me see what it does. Restores MP. Okay. Ah, Spirits Within is now. Yeah. Okay, so it's now an AoE attack. Okay, good. I'm not certain how finding a bunch of currents helps with understanding the ether currents, but sure, I guess. Like, I am a bit confused on how that works, but... anyway. Let us go to the other side and see what we have there. Also, I will say this, we are ending the stream a bit beyond the 84 quests. That's to say that I want to end this stream on a bit of a cliffhanger. So, those of you who know, know. Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest Ends Veil. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you will ever see. We understand the people of Ephirus enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you will enjoy it. How about we start with a nice scroll to the fountain? This way. Oh joy. Let's just do this. Let's just get it over with. Oh my poor eyes. I think there might have been a slight miscommunication. This is not a forest. In fact, more so that this is not a forest. What is this? I think this is meant to be grass? But I'm not certain. Like, I understand the concept of, like, the boulevard, where you, like, go ahead and like, kind of, like, watch other people, but this is not a boulevard. Now, this, however, is water. So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? It's as transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. You really think so? Truly? Hearing you say that means more to me than you know. Personally, I'd say this place is the pride of the borough. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone the forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Icarus. The fountain behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, this one, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent in making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled wonder speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come here. You look like you could do with the stretch yourself. Speaking of that, let's actually have a quick stretch. There we go. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. It's not, if it is not too much to ask. It has always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from my favorites. Could we maybe? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's take a scroll down Green Tile Boulevard. Ah, yes. Yes, do you see those people at the other end? I don't, but you do. I was thinking, Tribe, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little bit about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac. There was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. Right. Okay. Gotcha. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we needed 4,000 years to make all of this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was the brief period where our production came to a screeching halt when a bizarre red satellite was set up from Icarus. The Elegant's mischief, I think. We thought that maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. how brief are we talking about here? Because that was a while. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. I give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a similar role to our sun, and do so better, even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. The shields, these rings shield you from the energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight. Or rather, a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest is truly the greatest. Alright. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Alright! The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2000 years ago. And with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aferis. Why not go and visit Aferis yourselves, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Where our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the result could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether. We besieged her to find people on Aferis we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate after everything worked out as it did. Good. Very good. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and through her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I do. No. I knew you would like Greatest Endsville. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it means a lot to me. There you are. Hello. I take it you've already received the grand tour. Ah, shame we missed it. Growing way! I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? Can't imagine why you need me there. But if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Yes, the Sharlians have been helping people on the moon. They spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness. But still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcefully evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, this will not be necessary, if you will excuse me. Alright, enjoy your food and your rest, and good luck with learning for good luck with learning, Kusha. Thank you very much for the help with setting up the audio. Your feedback is invaluable in that regard. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of affairs is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections. And I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Back to old tricks indeed. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Ishtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. There we go. Before we do that, let's first go ahead and grab all of the Eva coins that we can find here. And we only have 4 more quests to go, surprisingly. Don't worry, at some point I will go out and make sure that everything here is as it should be. I'll do some cleaning up between streams. Southeast. Yeah, so we have 6 more to go. And I assume there are like another 3 here, and then there are also like 4 on the moon. Or like on like the moon proper, I mean. Northwest. But yeah, so the schedule next week is going to look a bit different, because on Thursday I'm going to be getting myself some new glasses. So as a result, normally I would be streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but I might only stream Wednesday and Friday next week. Because, or I might like move the Thursday stream to like late in the evening. That way I can still stream 3 days during that time. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I'm getting myself some new glasses ahead of the new year, of the new academic year. Southwest. Like, as in, like... Okay, so that's back on the moon. On the moon surface. Gotcha. Grinding way. There's reading way. There are large doors here. Oh my, I wonder what he could be doing snooping around like that. I sure hope this won't be a snooping part. Uranchi appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestway Burrow. Also, so here's a fun fact about the stream name of today, Fun and Games. It is actually a reference to Better Call Saul episode 9, or season 6 episode 9, which has the same name. And just like with the title, or just like with the show itself, it represents a moment of peace and quiet before everything goes back to shit. You know, you have your fun and games before your just desserts, so to speak. Urianji ventures over to Mario Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Oh, fun. Fine, let's do this. Prepare if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. There it goes. God, the music just on the moon never gets old. Also, you should probably know by now that whenever you see inconspicuous rocks, that is a sign that there we go, did it complete. Hiya, buddy.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
I mean, it's a bit hard not to, buddy.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy, and duplicity. And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine, her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not.
That's actually
Far from it.
that's a nice
Pushed them forward.
visual metaphor right there of like his two sides.
No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? Tis a comfort to know we are of like mind in that regard. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed.
Hang on. Is that thing
We
breathing?
cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
I think it's breathing over here.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've had bugger all!
The less you hear, the better, buddy.
No matter. We've got our plans.
So as I said before, I am thinking roasted bunny with potato veggies, a lovely selection of oven roasted vegetables with a nice foil sauce. You know, nice and thick gravy. and depending on how many rabbits we can catch, I'm thinking rabbit cheese kebabs. Yes, let's actually go for the rabbit cheese kebabs. That, to me, sounds like the better option right there. Rabbit cheese kebabs, just to make sure that they can never conspire against us. In truth, my reasoning for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way for us all. May pave a way forward to us all, for us all. May I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hands and open heart. It would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? I'm taking a short break, like we're talking like 2 or 3 minutes, so that I can go to the toilet real fast. Some ads will be playing during that time, because that way ads won't be playing when people just walk in here, so my apologies for that. I'll be gone for like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. So enjoy the item in the meantime. And if you aren't a subscriber, you won't be missing out on anything. Don't worry about it. Okay, and I'm back. And I can tell you, the moon is such a nice place to just put a break on. Because the music is just so good. Like, this is such a good music, the visuals are stunning. Camera seems to have focused somewhat on one enemy, but that's okay. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you, I'm running some adverts during breaks, because that way the pre-roll will be off for a bit. And we can continue on. We are also officially halfway done with the quests. I thank thee for accompanying me. This is a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway Borough. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aferis. To make clear our resolve to the Loporits, I would offer them a gift, but it is making doth require a most singular ingredient. So speaking of which, north. It's around here somewhere. Oh wait, hang on, north? Wait, what? Northwest. Oh, there we go, found it. There you go, that's bunker number 7. And southwest, which is in an area we will be going towards in a bit. Yeah, okay, yeah. So 3 more to go. And then like 2 small quests. And then we can fly at the end of this area. Laughing is waste. Yes, okay, now I want that thing is alive. Oh god, that's creepy. Ah, an abundance of spongy. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Nomai, I believe this shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic required considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch while I perform the incantation? Sure, buddy. Just don't involve me with anything else. Like, this is the only favor I will do in this place. It looks so creepy. Oh wow, okay, explosion actually is like, that's actually a nice animation right there. Speaking of which, I am looking at maybe in the future or in 6.2 to start raiding, so I'm actively looking at that for my main. Buddy. I'm not certain what Urianger is doing, but there are a lot of enemies being drawn as a result of his incantation. Not that I care, like fighting on the moon is just relaxing. But no, yeah, so now that I'm done with Ideas Guy in EU4, I might go for one of the... I might try just to kind of finish up all of the custom nation achievements. Simply because I'm doing them anyway, so I might as well continue with them, now that Ideas Guy is done. That way I can kind of like learn certain mechanics by hyper-focusing on them. Searching the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This will be a good opportunity to see how Urianger is faring. But yeah, like, I'm honestly, like, still shocked at how I went from 200 income to 700 in the span of 50 years, simply due to one technology unlocking and the fact that plantations really started to make money. Like, it is honestly deeply insane. Urianger remains fixated on his work. Okay. I'm genuinely still like shocked at the fact that you can make that much money that fast in EU4. There, it is done. A magic ink. Every ounce as efficient as the one crafted by the Nomo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure my own, but it is nevertheless a most The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporrites will appreciate. Tribe! Already! Oh, thank God, I thought you had been eaten, or had perhaps fallen into a crater. You mean the big massive one in the middle? Ishtola had been looking all over for you, Tribe. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Tribe alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianger. But worry not, it just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's palace to Bestway Burrows. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loporrites. We would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. I'm sure this is not a trap whatsoever. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidel's chosen? Or worse, anything to risk getting on Ishtola's bad side? It's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now off with you! Worry not, Tribe. I shan't be long. But yeah, like, I'm actually thinking of, like, the thing is, like, on the one hand, I really want to try the, with EU4, I want to try, like, the Norse achievement next. Which is... What's the name again? Hang on, let me check, actually, since... The reason I'm also talking about this during Final Fantasy XIV is because... I basically spent the entire night working on Ideas Guy. And I want to acknowledge that fact. Come on, buddy. Oh yeah, there we go, for Odin, which is starting as a Norse custom nation with no more than 200 points and a maximum of 5 provinces, own and core Scandinavia and the British Isles and convert it all to Norse. I think a way to do that, I'm kind of looking at that, like, I think a way to do that is by starting out on, I feel like England is like the hardest section of that. Like, if you start as Norse on the British Isles, you just first beat Britain, and then from there go into Denmark and the Norwegian, and Norway, Sweden, etc. Like, I'm thinking, based on the name of that achievement, I'm thinking, and this is just me kind of spitballing here, I'm thinking religious ideas, like, just as like, the first idea group is like, probably quality, or quantity ideas, then religious. I might actually start off with religious, because religious has the modifier that you can always be at war with heathens, which, you know, as a Norse nation we would always have. And then basically once you have taken over Britain, it becomes just a normal game, just with, you know, conquering, specifically conquering Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. Like, I'm not certain what the exact, like, borders are of what you need to get for Odin, but I think that would be the... I might go ahead and have a look at that later tonight. Let me see. Are you... Okay, I see where you are. I'm going to be having a think about that, because I do like the idea, because I've never really played as a Norse, I've never really played with custom religions before, so that might be a nice way to kind of get introduced to that idea. And the reason I'm going for England is because probably the United Kingdom would become the worst part, and the earlier I can deal with Britain, especially when they are, say... But okay, so I'm thinking out loud here, and this is nothing to do with Final Fantasy. I'm thinking attacking Britain during the British Civil War. Like, basically when the War of the Roses happens, that I will attack them then, because their army will be busy with dealing with, you know, everything. So they'll be busy, and I can go ahead and attack them early, and then once they're out of the picture, I can, you know, basically play Britain, or England, but Norse. Oh, Tribe, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Oh god damn it. Is there any way he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice. And no? Oh, if it's really that important. You can try using these balls of mush flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Way's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lopping the balls at them. Crude, but if it proves effective, he was in Greatest Endfield when I last saw him. Let us split up and find him. But yeah, so the reason that I've actually gone back into EU4 is because I feel we are very close towards Europa Universalis getting their final few expansions. Because there isn't really any part of the world that they haven't touched at this point. And because the game really has like grown away from its... It's basically the Crusader Kings problem, where it started out as one thing, and it has now kind of grown to encompass all of the time frame. Which breaks the game on many an occasion. Okay, so let's see if we can find Running Way. But yeah, so I've been working on that. You are not running away, you are walking too slow for that. Found ya. Come on, buddy. Pichku. Okay, and Jabber, thank you very much for your help with that. Just asking. Hi, Jabber. I was already talking to you on Discord. But yeah, like I said, like I'm testing a new audio feature where if I'm talking, the audio will be where like when I'm talking, the audio will actually lower itself. So, you know, like, it's sort of like the next step in professionalizing the stream. And so far, the reactions have been actually really positive to it. At least, neutral. Yes, I'm Running Way. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of mush flesh? The poop. I'm just saying it right now, the poop. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. That is the most ridiculous thing I've heard since waking up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got the time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other lopperit around here. Less probably. We've been had. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. And yes, we will murder them. Slowly, Jeremy. Don't worry about it. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've got work to do. No, you don't! I've got this. I'm thinking, Shiska. You know what? I'm going to become a dragoon just to spare them. Just to turn them into shish kebabs. How does that sound? We've been talking about roasted rabbit for a while now. I am thinking shish kebab. You know, like, what I'm thinking here is this. We stop the main story, we become a dragoon, up to level 90, I don't care how long it takes, and when we return, we will spear them with the most pointy spear that can be bought with money. I don't care what its level is, it has to be the most pointiest. On the most pointiest armor, so that we can then use that armor to roast these rabbits. That sounds, to me personally, like a swell idea. But yeah, thank you for the help with the audio, Jabber, for the feedback at least. You know, you can stay if you want, or you can go back to having a lovely bath. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I also hope the bath was lovely. I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about it. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urianche? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? We've been, like I said, we've been had. On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Living Way. Between growing ways to the lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianche a hand. What? No, hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. There you go. 2 more quests to go before we're done with the bunnies. Heart of the matter. Oh, hang on. This is the... Well, before we do that, let's go ahead and find some more EVA currents. That is the quest that allows us to start flying. So, in the meantime, I hope everyone is having, like I said before, a extremely lovely day. I'm trying to think about what to talk while we are currently grabbing the final EVA current. But yeah, so we've already talked about what I've been doing with European Universalis 4 and what achievement I'm probably going to go for next. What I will do is I will actually keep the save I'm using right now. And I'll kind of see how batshit insane my income gets. Like, that sounds like a fun little idea right there. Also, South America is overpowered when it comes towards, like, income once you have plantations. That's all I will say. Speak of which, during that game I've actually for the first time seen a nation become an hegemon, like the Ottomans in military tech, military hegemon, which, sure, I guess. Come on, buddy. Yep. Okay, let's grab the other quest. Anything I need there is to the south. Okay, so that's on the moon, I think. Also, ignore these 2 quests. I'm doing those behind the scenes later on at some point. There we go. It's just a bunny asking about the Alex, which, as we all know, are the evil bad guys. That whenever we see them, we should probably. I will say this though, this quest has like a nice little bit of lore attached to it if you are willing to dig a bit deeper. And what I mean with that is that quest, I'm going to just spoil it because we're going to be going there anyway. There is actually a satellite, like an actual honest to god, like satellite as we imagine satellites to be on the moon. And they are all because of the Alex. Anyway, let's go to cursorily skip this because you don't need to know about this. I will say this, I do think that for those of you who played this game before, that this questline does lead into the 6.3 tribal quest. I believe they're called tribal quests now, right? Or at least they're going to be called tribal quests. Which I think is actually a really nice way to kind of show how the game has progressed over time. Where, like, at first they were called beast tribes because we were only dealing with beast tribes, but as the expansions have come and gone, the different tribes have actually become less bestial and more just general tribes. You know, like, the type of people that don't really have a city to live in, but but you know, that aren't beast tribes. So it's really nice that they're like changing that tribal quest to kind of show that development in game. Yeah, I believe it's like 6.2 that they are changing that to tribal quest. I actually need to finish up the last section of the 6.1 tribal quest on my main. Also, if that never mind, you know what? I can't say that actually yet because we haven't actually seen that yet. So I can't say anything right now. That would be spoilers. Speaking of which, if you want to know what are running, let me actually go ahead and do this first. Oh, hang on, wrong one. There we go. For those of you who might be coming in from later, this is the current rule of thumb for Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, so now we need to actually go outside. Where is the teleporter? I know there's meant to be a teleporter around here. That allows us to teleport between the bottom floor and the top and the lower floor. Oh well, not my problem. So yeah. And I'm kind of thinking about what else to talk about. Like, I've been playing a lot of Yakuza, or I've started playing Yakuza Like a Dragon again. And I'm kind of continuing my own save of that, because I don't really feel the need to restart the entire game. And I did like a lot of Dragon Kart racing last night. Like, I basically spent 2 hours on that minigame. Which I'm not certain if that is a good thing or not, but hey, I had fun, and that's all that matters. And I'm also thinking of like getting 100% completion on LA Noire, so like all the achievements. Simply because I really I really like the setting, and I do feel that the 1940s is like a setting that you could do a lot more with, but that is never really touched upon in video games. Like imagine, like if you imagine a world where like there is maybe like maybe even like an RPG set in the 1940s, or like more stories set in that weird era, in that weird decade between like World War II and the start of the Cold War, where like the world really felt really malleable, and like as if the world really had every single direction, every single thing we could possibly do. Okay, there we go. That's way down there. I always forget what the roads towards the satellite right there is. But yeah, like I really feel like the 1940s could be such a nice, because it's a period that I think all of us have like some imagining of, but also it's far enough away from collective memory that we can kind of like idolize and romanticize the decade. Or at least like those 5 years. Yeah, precisely. At least the ones that are... Yeah, if you're talking about the XCOM shooter, I still don't know who decided that that was a great idea, to be honest. Like, I'm still confused about who decided on that. And I'm very glad they just went with the traditional XCOM. Actually, the new XCOM games is how I really got into that genre of gaming. Like, they are some of the best games ever made. And even if missing at 95%, you know, it's a rite of passage. Let me see here. There is no. Okay, it's right there. Gotcha. So then we will deal with that after we're done here. But yeah, like I can imagine like a visual novel being set in the 1940s, or like a detective. I mean, to be fair, that's what LA Noire essentially is. But like I can already imagine something like maybe even like an adventure game. Like, we really need more modern day adventure games. Is what I'm saying. It's like, we need more modern day adventure games because I feel like there's just so much potential in there. Or modern day RPGs that aren't Y2K. See, I like the fact that this entire satellite in itself gives a story. Like of how technologically advanced the Elegants really were. And that they are the closest to what we could consider contemporary humans, I guess. But yeah, like the fact also is that I don't think there's like any quest in the game that mentions that a satellite has been kicked onto the moon. So it is this really nice surprise. Also, I have dealt with way too many of you in Azizla. Come on, buddy. But it's like, or maybe even something that's like another game that I like for its aesthetic is Vampire, because I feel once again like it feels like any era that isn't like the early modern era is just kind of looked over for gaming. But at the same time, there are so many possibilities to work within that frame to create interesting adventures. And if I had the capabilities, I would probably do something like that myself. But unfortunately, I don't. I can't program. I've tried it so many times, and I'm just not good at it. But like, you can already imagine like an RPG, maybe an RPG set in the industrial era. You know, like right as I can already imagine like this story where it starts off as a story like a normal RPG story where like villages are being attacked, and then like at the end it turns out that what was happening was basically the building of like the first factory, thereby implying the start. Or maybe even like if you want to get an underdog story, you can look at there are so many stories of people that fought against industrialization. You know, Luddites quite literally come from that era, from the idea of those who reject the modern world. Hell, if you want to keep it like Japanesey, there are so many. You can look at Japan even for a lot of it. If you want to keep it like very exotic, of samurai that were fighting against. They were quite literally dying in front of the guns because their honor was more important than their lives. Like the fact that their way of life was going away for them was important enough to die for. So there are so many different stories you can build if you just do a bit of research. You know, like Anno 1800 is a great example of a game that actually does that, and that really, like Anno 1800 is a great example of a city builder set in the industrial era. And even like chronicling the entire era itself, like starting off with farmers and then farmers and workers, which is like the first signs of industry, and you end up like building literal cars. Like you start off with what humanity has made for ages, and you end with making production lines that create cars, that create literal skyscrapers, that create elevators. You know, like you're quite literally creating the modern world in that game, and it has such a nice flow to it that you even learn something about it. Or like the upcoming Victoria 3, which will basically be a. Don't even want to call it a map painter because that implies that war is important. But like, it will be a game where you will be where the entire premise is you will be a nation that's industrializing. So how do you deal with like the different mechanics that come up with that? Goddammit, there we go. So like there are so many different options if we just were willing to look a bit further and think a bit more creatively. Anyway, that's my passionate plea for more games set in the industrial era and the early modern era. Like a good example of like level design in regards to that is actually Silent Hill Village, with the level set with like the fourth big, like the factory level is also a really nice design of like diesel and steel and oil and diesel punk, which is also once again mostly just done in Wolfenstein. So yeah, anyway, that's my plea for more games that aren't in the Middle Ages. Southwest. Let's see here. Let me see here. There's two more, right? Yeah, okay, there's two more. So southwest. That would be the Numbing brand, if I remember correctly. No, steering brand. Nah, close enough. But yeah, after I'm done today with streaming. Oh, hang on. Can I? I can't. Okay, how do I get back there? Oh wait, hang on, I see how I can get there. Okay, gotcha. The moon is like a bit more annoying in exploring, but hey. So after I'm done with streaming today, I'll be probably be cooking. Like I'll be making just some basic pasta, and then I'll probably spend the entire. I'm actually reading, been rereading Il Prince from Machiavelli, to sort of like prepare for what's to come. Like I've been reading Machiavelli again. I've been reading Marx, surprisingly. Mostly just as an interest. I've been reading Smith again, Wealth of Nations. Like I've been kind of reading all of these great works in political science because they interest me, and because they're surprisingly short. Like the Communist Manifesto is quite literally a manifesto, so it's like 20 pages long. They're 20 very dense pages, but they're there. There we go. And then that leaves me with one more bugger. Also, really interesting how there are like no ether currents on the zodiac side of the moon. Like you have the 83 area right here with no currents, and then everything is in the 84 area. Northwest. Okay, then I think it's easier if I go back to Pacific Bows and then run from there. Also, I can in the meantime quickly deliver the other quest. I mean, it can get worse. You could get the logs. One of which is by far the most annoying ether current in the game to this day. But yeah, like the moon, I don't think that the moon is like that bad. I just think it's just that we've kind of gotten used to the ether currents being like spread out over the entire main questline of an area. And on the moon, like in Mare Lamentorum, it's more so that you have like the 83 stuff, which is exciting and gung-ho and action. And then you have some downtime and it's like, okay, now you can go ahead and grab all of the currents. Which is like different from every other area in the game where you can start getting currents from the start. And I can imagine someone that is... Now, to be fair, that's not entirely true. The 86, 87 area has that as well, but it's... You know, it's easier to know when you're done with grabbing the currents in the particular area that you're in. Because it's quite literally a bunch of islands. So once, you know, once the 80 current starts moving you towards... currents that are on other islands, you kind of know that you're done in that specific region. You can kind of do it island by island. Okay, how do I do this? But yeah, this is the last ether current we have to get, and then we can finish up the main scenario quest. Actually, depending on how much time we get, I might actually go a bit further. But since the title, like, I will say this, the title of the next stream is Death and Despair. So I'm kinda on two minds on how far I'm willing to go after the moon. For those of you who've played Endwalker will know why the next stream is called Death and Despair. For those of you who've played, watched Better Call Saul know why this game is called Fun and Games. So, and I'm the only person that has that kind of overlap, so... Have I? Oh, yeah, no. See, there. So I'm kind of of two minds, like, on how far I'm willing to progress into that area. There we go. That's all of them. The compass does not detect any further entries, so let's go ahead and finish up the moon. Speaking of Better Call Saul, I am really excited to see the next episode, because the next episode is called Breaking Bad. And I am so excited to see the return of Walt and Jesse in, like, the Breaking Bad universe. And it's also a very nice homage to the first time that Saul Goodman appeared in Breaking Bad. In the episode titled Better Call Saul. So it's like it's a really nice throwback. I know I'm the only person that cares about this. I know I'm the only person here that watches Better Call Saul. But it is just so good. It's just so nice to see that callback into... Because we've known that Walt and Jesse would reappear in Better Call Saul for like a few years now. And to have finally, like, Tuesday morning when the show is on there... No, not even that. Hang on. I can watch that actually, because on Tuesday I'll be awake until like 7 AM. So I can watch before... do I even want to watch it before going to bed though? That sounds like a bad idea. I don't know. I am having many ideas. Anyway, let's go to the heart of the matter, shall we? Oh, what to do. I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza. Eastern wing, follow me. Yeah, we're still being, you know, pulled by our leg. I suspect the Loperids are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along for now. At least. Also, Jerbear, I'm kind of curious, what do you think of what I'm using to hide the Final Fantasy chat in? Like, I think this looks a lot better than what I used before. Because before it was like sort of like a half unfinished image. I'm not even certain if there's like a way to hide chat without having to use an overlay of some kind. But if there is, I would very much like to know, because it's kinda irks me. But you know, that's the way it is sometimes. It works. I mean, precisely. You know, functional. It's functional. I know that there's a teleporter here. Where is the teleporter? Oh, there we go. I can't read maps. I apparently am incapable of reading the map because it says it right there. But yeah, just nice and relaxing. The final bits of rest and relaxation we have for a while. I mean, technically until next week, but you know. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll have to just go and find whoever has the key. Growing way. Enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourself not tell us we must act quickly? Yes we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aferis, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's why Living Ways came. Run us about the circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aferis and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of others. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aferis will escape here to the moon, they'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all those happy smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Please tell me I can smack some bunnies. Oh my god, okay, that is actually adorable. Do what you best, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. That actually is slightly adorable. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene when where Argos awaits outside. Yay! I get to smack some bunnies! Finally! Revenge! I have my revenge! Yes! Yes! Oh, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on. You know you want to get hit by me. Just to stop you. No, I'm not gonna come quietly. Sure that all the flames are not dropping. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we need to go to the other way, to heart of the matter right there. Outside, there's going to be some more bunnies in our way. But that's a risk I am willing to take. In fact, that's a risk I am more than willing to take. Come on, come on. Come on, buddy. You want to go faster. You know you do. I like that due to the sheer size, it seems like it's just a very slow run, despite the anxious music playing. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger. Yes. I think this is the big cutscene for this area.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing!
Never heard of that word before.
Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
Oh, yeah, no, don't worry, we will massacre them
Don't
at some
you
point.
see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
We are of one mind, Jabber. We are absolutely of one mind right there.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Just a sheer astonishment.
Puddingway. Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
I say we make pudding of Puddingway.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate.
Ho 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 ho!
And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker.
Can we get a little branch here?
When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live?
So I believe he's talking about Moonbreeder here, which is very sweet.
After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee.
It is actually a really nice bottle. Like,
Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it.
that's actually a really nice bottle.
The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course.
Kinda surprised that Etsy hasn't gone rampant with that yet.
I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Waste Compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Oh, there we go. The flower is blooming. Oh, that's a really nice shade of red. I guess the red of determination. So the flower's name is Elpis. Alright, we now have a name for the flower. And we know that it existed in their time as well. Which, yeah, good.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts.
So we've all learned something today.
Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Yeah, I think we've all figured out who it is.
Agreed. The Sharlayan Forum, yes?
Exactly. It wasn't hard to figure
How
out.
did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
I will be honest, I think the moon was meant to be sort of like Shadowbreak or Endwalker's version of the Azim Step. The problem is that the Azim Step made sense in context, but outside of its context it becomes weird, and I've already talked about it yesterday. Like, the way that the moon is structured kind of to me feels like they were designing a second Azim Step, as in like this moment of calm before the shit show really begins. It's just that it's too long for that, and it is, considering what comes before and after, it just makes no sense. Like, if you want a briefer, you can still do that on the moon, but not in this way, because half the people that play this game will just bounce off it for one reason or another, unfortunately. And I was almost one of them. It was a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me for my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow science. When next I return to Eferis, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. And before we do anything else, let's fly for a bit, shall we? There are still a couple of places we need to go to. Not many, but enough to make a quick roundabout. So yeah, that's the moon, basically. So, I'm kind of thinking if I want to do a certain... like, don't get me wrong, I know where I'll be ending the stream, or at least where the minimum end is, so we aren't done yet. Don't worry about it. But I am kind of, like, curious about how much further I'm willing to go from that point, considering next week and, like, this week and everything. Okay, so allow me to rephrase it in a way that doesn't give spoilers. I'm rethinking of whether or not to do the 85 dungeon this stream or to make it the start of the next stream. Kinda depends on, like, if I basically wanna have, like, what kind of ending and what kind of start I wanna have to the two different streams. I'm kinda thinking about that. Like, it's... because the mood will be different for each decision, so it kind of depends on what I want to accomplish. I would have got the last bit in best way bar. Kind of thinking here. Like, I'm not trying to spoil yet why it's a question that I'm having. But I am kind of thinking about it right now. It's like, do I want to do the 85 dungeon this stream, or do I want to wait with it for a bit? And like have it be the start of next week's stream to kind of like really... I'll really need to think about that. There you go. Mapping the realm. No. Back up you go, buddy. Back up you go. Get away from that enemy. Don't look the enemy in the eye. Don't try and get the enemy to do its thing. Time to return home. With the Loporits in Uriantia's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Speak with Vancouver at the Nethergate. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot there's like a small little section before that one. Luckily for us, we've got a prime portal to the Nethergate, which the game even helpfully points us towards. Well, now we know where the enemies under the sea came from. It has been such a long time since we were last here. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucio. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They only just began treating the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not where or when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first. Camp Broken Glass ahoy. Also, I had forgotten about the fact that this little thing happens, but that doesn't really change much about everything else. It's just a way to kind of like... It's the same with like Shadowbringers and constantly returning to the inn. It's like, it's a way to kind of... That is such a cool mount. Holy... That is such a cool mount. Never actually seen that mount before. Like, might be like a savage mount or something. But yeah, like, I'm a massive fan of robots, so that's like, yeah. It's all good. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I see. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to offer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteers to remain until their patients have recovered. Gilles is one such patient, though he's not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his companies were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphano and Alice's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. Well, that's good to hear, actually. It's really good to hear. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For our mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Fafnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Okay, that's all very good indeed. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the mother proxy affords us so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for our ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain, along with the small force, to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the Moon and the Teloporoi? The final days. Gods, I pray your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send for a word with Fitbor. We will also release your fellow Scions from their present duty, that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a mean to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kral, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Oh, let's be on our way then. If Garlemald does not turn into us helping Garlemald, I'm going to be deeply disappointed. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave and in all likelihood has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there's merit in doing so. Yeah, if you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you wouldn't find one. Aye, you are the only foe he considers worthy. And that even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos' Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Van Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep his in company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray for your safe passage back to Sharlayan. Which also is, as per usual, the moment that the game kind of says like, okay, we're done with this specific part of the main quest line. It's like, we're done, we're returning, we're taking a moment to relax. A moment for me to make sure that my clothes are no longer in this style and back to what they are meant to be. And I'm not even back for 1 second here, and someone is already shouting about promotions in chat. Never change. Never change. There we go. Back to my normal outfit. Welcome back, tribe. We were so terribly worried about you. Though I told this plane that I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called me that day, and when you entered the Tower of Babel, her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the ice stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aces and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zalt. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Ah, perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they have arrived. Also, taking a moment here to do some shoutouts to my socials, for no other reason than that it's been a while since I last did that. I also have an email actually, but that one is for, you know, promotional stuff. You know, like developers that might, I don't know, whatever streamers use an email for, I guess. Since the socials isn't actually timed. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all, we understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Tribe can explain why better than I. Hello. The final days, as befell Omorot. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Omorot, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in doing so. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with a daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Almorotines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Almorotines' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallels with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum then. Having worked with the Loperids in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. Oh, brother. There's only one way to find out. Yeah, there is only one way to find out what it is. That music is surprisingly ominous.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Indeed, keep it civil. And if you don't, I mean, I'm more than willing to go ahead, come along, help negotiations along.
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do?
It's a very, very valid question.
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
God, this music never fails to... Oh, those are NPCs. I thought they were like people. This music just never fails to relax me. We are, like I said, not quite... We are almost done. Almost. Not quite yet. I've decided to wait with the 85 dungeon until next week. To kind of like give it the bang that it deserves. But that does not mean that the end of this quest is the end of it. Not yet. Cryo tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Vile. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your temporal waits. Which gives us another little cutscene. Not certain if this is the cutscene that I'm thinking of, but it could be the one cutscene that everyone remembers for some reason. Or that my one might be later, actually. Not quite so. Ah, yes, it is the cutscene. A visitor has come knocking, whoever could it be? You know what? I picked Estinian in my first one. Let's go for Graha. Because I've already seen Estinian's cutscene. Although it is surprisingly the one just about everyone remembers, because Estinian basically just yokes through the window.
I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed.
Like he just yeets himself through the window before really having a chat talk.
Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one man. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Well, that was actually a nice little one-sided conversation. A short while earlier, in the Alamigo Quarter. Alamigan Quarter. I'm getting very bad vibes from this cutscene. Very, very bad vibes.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and top of the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Elegana for the time being.
Yeah, that looks very bad. Meanwhile, in Ishgard. Also nice little callback to the Dark Knight quest right there.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
I don't like the fact that the map is now suddenly showing up like that. Combined with that music. Let's start Skies Aflame. Oh, Tribe! I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance, this one coming from Razat Khan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. The fact there's this anxious music playing is really not helping the mood right now. Everything about the last 5 minutes screams that something is horrendously wrong here. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Razat Khan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns with flame. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, this is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Razat Khan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed, Kyle. You'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You're in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for our place. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Indeed. As the rolling drums. Welcome to the beginning of the end.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimad. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Next week. As the weather has moved into the apocalypse, next week it is death and destruction on Final Fantasy Saturdays. And to be quite honest, I can't think of a better way to end this stream today. Look at this. Look at the sheer destruction on that's on the table here. Next, like I said, next week we go ahead and begin the beginning of the end.